Alrighty then. I know it just started, but salutations, anyone. Even if you all are watching or you're watching this on replay, salutations. Happy Valentine's Day if you celebrate, and also happy Ash Wednesday if you are a Christian and also celebrate the holiday, the religious holiday. Now, if you are out and about celebrating Valentine's Day or Ash Wednesday, it makes sense. It's okay if you ain't here for that. That's fine. This is just those of us who are home and we want someplace to read for Blackathon and all the things. Okay? I did told you I like to go all out for Blackathon. So we're having reading sprints for today. Since I am not doing anything for Valentine's Day specifically, and even Ash Wednesday, at least not me, at least not for me specifically. But so I also just have it for a little bit later than usual because I was at work for 8 hours instead of 4. So work later, but that's okay. We can still sprint today. So if y'all are here, let me know in the chat what y'all are going to be reading. For me, I need to finish a book and then I can go back to my Blackathon TBR because I started a book a couple of days ago and I was hoping to finish it yesterday, but I was really tired yesterday, so I didn't get to finish it. So I'm just going to finish it today and then I'll go back to my regular schedule Blackathon planning, okay? So first up, I am going to finish my read of The Fox Wife by Yangji Chu. This is actually a book I got from Book of the Month, of course, as you could tell here. But I also got an advanced listening copy on NetGalley from the publisher. So I am going to be reading that. And I do want to read it since the book officially came out yesterday. And this year, I'm really trying to be on top of my ARC reading. So despite the fact I did request it like late January and I was approved of it late January, I was like, I didn't have time to just start reading it then since, I want to start off Blackathon really strong. So I do want to finish this book since I'm already like 75% of the way through. I'm a little bit over 75% of the way through it already. So I have less than a quarter left of this book, which I think is only just a couple of hours left of the audiobook. So I'm going to finish that. I'm already listening at 2 times speed too. So I should finish in like an hour and a half, hopefully. So yeah, I am going to be finishing reading this. And then I don't know what I'm going to read after this. Like, I don't know what on my Blackathon TP I want to read. Maybe I should continue my read of Outdrawn, which is on my Kindle, or do I want to read another arc that I also have, but that book won't come out until March. Or should I finally start my read of Go Tell on the Mountain, Ghost Season, Vagabonds? I don't know. Maybe I should start one of those because if I start reading those books, then at least I'll be able to finish it sooner. I do have the audiobook for Go Tell on the Mountain, even though I also have it physically. So I don't know. That could be another hybrid read situation because that's what I'm doing with this one too, is hybrid reading it. But I don't know. Do I also want to read that one, or should I start reading Ghost Season? Because I really do want to get much further into my priority TBR. I've been doing a lot of side questing, so I don't know. But also, I really want to start on Vagabonds again. But I don't know. I don't know which one I'm in the mood for, honestly, after I read this. But the point is I'm starting off with this and then hoping to read some more. But while I'm reading this, I'm going to be doing some dishes. So, because the sink needs to be clean, and it's my turn this week, so I need to be doing that. I'll be listening to the audiobook while I do some dishes. So that's what I'll be doing for the very first sprint. But yeah, after that, I got to figure out what I'm going to read next. I have no idea if I'm going to continue my read of Outdrawn. I mean, it is Valentine's Day, so it would make sense to continue a read of a romance book. But I do like starting a book during sprints because it forces me to continue reading it so I can finish it, or I just DNF it. I don't know the possibilities. And the thing is, I'm not really sure if I'm in the mood for lit fic, but then again, The Fox Wife is reading pretty lit ficky. If you don't know what this is, The Fox Wife is a speculative literary fiction novel. And it's actually kind of like dual POV because we follow this woman who is a fox spirit kind of thing who is trying to avenge the death of her child. And then we have this guy who's a detective trying to figure out what happened to this missing woman that's been shown up dead at the restaurant owner's door. So yeah, it's very interesting, honestly. It's a very good time. And the audiobook is narrated by the author, so that's also a nice added plus, honestly. But yeah, I'll have to figure out what I'm going to do after I read that book. But anyways, let me catch up on comments. Hello, Abby. Still trying to figure out what I'm reading next. Same here. Finished how to be be an anti-racist earlier today, which is not part of my Blackathon TBR. Same, Abby, because I'm going to be finishing this book. This was not part of the TBR at all, but you know, it is indeed an arc that I got. I mean, sure, it looks like a finished copy, which technically speaking it is, but like I do want to finish reading that book since it did come out yesterday, and I do want to be on top of my arc reading. So this is the next book I gotta read, and then there's also another book via audio that I gotta read, but I'm gonna read that in like a few days. I'll try to finish that up during the weekend if possible. So yeah, we'll have to figure that out. But yeah, we'll see what you're gonna read either, because I'm like, I don't know what I'm gonna be reading either. So like, you know, we on the same page at this point. Hello, Tanya. I'm reading A Love Song for Ricky Wilde by Tia Williams and Bright Red Fruit by Sophia El Helio. I've heard of A Love Song for Ricky Wilde. I've heard good things about that one so far. I've never read anything by Tia Williams. I know that she's the author of The Perfect Find, I think. And I know for sure 7 Days in June. And then Bright Red Fruit. I think Sophia El Hilo is a Sudanese author. Am I right? I think hold on, let me check. Why am I asking all these questions when I have Google and Storygraph open right now? Let me check out Bright Red Fruit. Yeah, I've seen this one. Young adult poetry. Yeah, novel in verse. I mean, yeah, this one I've heard about from oh, this is the author of Home is Not a Country. Yeah, that's what I thought. So yeah, this is Sudanese author. I'm not really a fan of novel in verse books, honestly. I mean, then again, I've only read the one, but like it was a pretty popular novel in verse book. So like, I don't know. I think the format of a novel in verse is not really my style. Then again, poetry is not usually something I really gravitate towards either, but I do find it still kind of interesting though as a concept. So I hope you have a good time with it though, and a love song for Wicked Wild as well. I heard it was very much romance, but also magical realism, which I was not aware of. I knew it was a romance, but I had no idea about the magical realism aspect. Yes, she is. Okay, that's what I thought. But yeah, so far I'm gonna be finishing the Fox Wife because arc, and I need to finish it sooner than later because I want to be on top of my arc reading. I do have arcs to be reading, so I want to make sure I'm on top of that. So this will be this one. This will be the next one, and I do have a physical arc, which the book won't come out till March, but it is on the TBR, and it's a novella. Maybe I should start that one since it is a novella. It shouldn't take me long to finish it. But then again, I really want to start something though. Because this is so short, I can save it for like towards the end of the month if I just need something really quick to finish. Because there are some things in my TBR that I really wanted to get to this month. I don't know yet. We'll have to figure it out. I don't know. Y'all can help me decide. I don't know. Can I do poll? No, I can't do poll. I don't think I can do poll on here. If I was able to do a poll, I could figure that out. But I don't know how to do a poll. So we'll figure that out. Hey, Heather, finish up cooking supper. Good idea. Okay. Hey, Heather. Thank you for showing up. Let's see. We can start our very first sprint at like 10 after, and then we can go to the hour. And I already have our ambiance ready. Our ambiance is going to be from the same channel that I've been going to for a while now because I like the fact that I have very, very, very little ads. Yeah, I don't know how to do poll either. I'm like, is this like, do you have to be a certain number of subscribers, or does it have to be a StreamYard pricing thing? I have no idea what you got to do. I wish I knew, though, because if I knew how to do that, then at least y'all can help me figure out what books to read. I'm like, dang, I don't know. I'll have to show y'all the books. We'll figure that out in the next sprint, though, or 2 sprints, actually. How long is it going to take me to read this? And actually, it'll take me 2 sprints, so maybe a sprint and a half. We'll have to figure it out. Hello, Leslie. Welcome. Thank you. Happy Wednesday. This is off topic, but your skin is glowing. Thank you. Honestly, it's really the fact that the fact though that I am losing rain light. That's what those things are called. But like, yeah, I tried to at least make it seem like I'm more brighter, at least, since without it, it looks pretty dull. But yeah, thank you anyways, regardless. And now my glasses are really dirty. Oh my gosh, I don't like it. I don't like how dirty my glasses are. But anyways, let me put the comment up because we will be starting in a few seconds. So let me just actually clean these glasses real quick because I don't like this. And then let me share my screen. Right, where is it? There we go. Yep. Anyways, happy reading, y'all, or vibing and chilling and productivity things, whatever y'all gotta be doing. But yeah, I will see you all at the hour. Hey everyone, that was the end of our very first sprint. Let me know in the chat how far you've gone, if you were reading, if you're doing something productive. For me, I've been continuing my read of The Fox Wife. I'm listening to an advanced listening copy from NetGalley and the publisher, which is Henry Holt. And I was also reading this book while I was doing dishes upstairs. So finally got those dishes done. Although I forgot to start the dishwasher though. So I'm going to start the dishwasher at the beginning of the next sprint. But that's neither here nor there. Anyways, I'm almost done. I'm not going to talk too much, honestly, about my thoughts on this book until I'm done with it. So yeah, but just know that I really am enjoying my time with this. And it's a good book, and I do recommend it if you have not read it already. And this is my first time reading from this author too. So I'm going to read her other 2 books. So yeah, I'm going to be reading her other 2 books. And since she does narrate her other books, I'm going to borrow those books via audio because the author has a really good voice. So like if y'all into audiobooks, listen to this book via audio. Okay, please do if you have not already. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. But there will be full thoughts coming later on. Let me catch up on comments then real quick. Welcome, Nicole. Hello and good evening. We'll catch up on the top of the hour. Right. It's reading Armadale by Wilkie Collins. Armadale. Armadale. It's a classic mystery. I've never heard of this book. Well, it's a mystery, though. Well, that's cool. Hey, Nat. Gonna play with my dog for the rest of these sprints, but I'll read during the next one. Oh, never mind. Toy for her. She got it and took it upstairs. Well, that's Pearl for you. Not super productive. Got a few pages read. That's okay. You know, you gotta do what you gotta do. I was cataloging books to spread. The next sprint I'm going to read. Oh, read. Oh, yeah. No, read. Yes. Yeah, cataloging books. All right, you're on your catalog. What letter are you on? Have you finished A or have you gone to B yet? What letter are you on? Maybe C, D? I don't know how many books, but you got a lot of books and you were on A still. So are you on B finally? I decided I will read some poetry by Audre Lorde. Ooh, okay. Actually, I've never read anything from Audre Lorde. Never heard nonfiction or poetry. Maybe I will. At least her nonfiction, maybe more so, since poetry isn't quite my thing. Let me see here. I need to update my page count here on my Storygraph real quick. Yeah, the book actually ends at a little bit close to 90%. So it is interesting. I'm not 90% at 400 pages. Well, that's what I'm trying to say. I'm already a little bit over 350 pages. And this book is about 380 something pages. So I do have less than 30 well, not only less than actually, a little bit more than 30 pages left. And according to this audiobook here, I have an hour and 24 minutes, but I'm listening at 2 times speed. So I should be done with it in 42 minutes. Yeah, something like that. Nope, still A. Oh gosh. Oh, poor Tanya. I so feel bad for you. I mean, it's good to catalog all your books, but like, oof, still at A. That's rough. That truly is rough. Anyways, before we start our next sprint, I need y'all's help on my next read because since I'm clearly gonna finish The Foxwife in the next sprint, I really need to like decide what I'm gonna read next. So I'm gonna bring all the books. Let me get them. They're all on the shelf. I need to bring the books, and y'all gonna help me decide what to read because I'm at a loss on what I'm gonna read next. I cataloged my books in Notion last year. I did it a shelf at a time. It took forever, but it was so worth it. Truly, it truly is totally worth it. Cataloging books. For me, I also catalog my books via Notion. I don't like to say that I don't have a lot of books, but like depends on the average person. It depends on how many books because I only really have the one main shelf and then these side shelves here. So the most it could really fit is around 200 books ish, and I think I have less than that. So it didn't take too long to catalog my books, but you know, it still took a while, and it was definitely worth it. So Whether you have it physically, digitally, it's just best to like keep track of all that. I will one day look back at this catalog and be thankful. That part will be very, very true. Okay, so I need y'all's help here on things relating to my TBR. So on my Kindle, I do have Outdrawn by Deanna Gray still reading. I haven't gone back to it in a while because I've been trying to catch up on my ARC reading. So I'm still at 60% of the way through with this one. So I could read this one next. I could. It's also V-Day, so I could, since it's a Sapphic Rouse, I love his romance, and I've been really enjoying this one. So this is an option. Or, because I really am also in the mood to start something, but I could finish something. I don't know which one I'm more in the mood for, but that's one book. And then I have Go Tell on the Mountain by James Baldwin. I don't really know much about this. All I know is that this is James Baldwin's debut novel. So there's that. It follows a 14-year-old boy's discovery one Saturday in March 1935 of the terms of his identity as the stepson of the minister of a storefront Pentecostal church in Harlem. Yeah, that's what it says here in the back because I don't know much else about it. I just know that it's James Baldwin's debut novel. And it's longer than Giovanni's Room, but I do have the audiobook as well. So if I'm struggling with physically reading it with my if I'm having trouble with reading my eyeballs, I at least have the audiobook as well that I'm borrowing from Libby. So I do have this as an option. I don't know. It is just... Oh, wait. It's actually less than 300 pages. That's like 220 something pages. Huh. I actually thought this was longer. Okay, well, never mind then. And then I have an arc of The Truth of the Aleke by Moses Osei-Utomi. This is the sequel to The Eliza of the Jungle, which I did read last year. And this book comes out officially March 5th. So... maybe I could read this one since it's also so short. It's literally like barely a little bit over 100 pages. Really, it's just like 100 pages. So it could be quick. I could probably read it in like a sprint or two. So, I mean, especially if I'm really interested in it, it probably would take me like a sprint or two to read it. So this could be, I could read it for like quickness, possibly. Don't know. It was on my sidebar TBR. But as far as the books that are actually part of like the main TBR, these are what these books are, but they're lit fic, so I don't know. But I do have Ghost Season, which is the book that fulfills the read a book by a Sudanese author prompt. I have not started it. I did borrow it from my library. I don't have the audiobook. I'll only be able to read it with my eyeballs. And I think this one's a little bit over 300 pages, and I think it follows like 5 different people. What's all this paper here? Yeah, it says here follows like 5 strangers on an NGO compound. They discover, I think, like a mysterious burnt corpse one morning. And that it foreshadows trouble to come. Yeah, so we just follow 5 different people. And this is actually a debut novel that came out last year. So this is also a possibility, you know. It's a contemporary, maybe it's more contemporary than literary fiction. I don't know. Contemporary lit fic, somewhere around there. Written by a Sudanese author, so we could start with this one. I don't know if I'm in the mood for it, but I haven't started at all. But I do want to read it sooner than later, but I don't know yet. And then I still have Vagabonds by Egolosa Usonde. This is the one of the group books for Blackathon. I had tried to read this one like 2 years ago. I did Softy and F it, and I've been holding on to it ever since. So maybe I could try with this one. This one's also not long. This is more like a spiritual realism, just more like spiritual magical realism. But this is a lot more spiritual. It's written by a Nigerian author. It's also a lit fic. It's queer. It's a little bit over 300 pages. I don't think I'll be able to get the audiobook though. Let me check with the audiobook actually. I kind of liked the audiobook 2 years ago, but I was not in the headspace to read it. So I don't know. So hold on. Let me try checking. Oopsie, I can't spell. Okay, now I can spell. Yeah, I won't be able to get it in time. So it says a 2-week wait, which could take who knows how long, honestly. Who knows what it'll take. But, you know, I like the writing style at the time. I just haven't been much in the mood for it. Why is there a bookmark here? I haven't decided I was going to read that. So I don't know. This I could read, especially since it fulfills like the reading books without the 3 different colors, but so does Ghost Season. So I don't know. I need y'all's opinion on like these books here. Hold up. This one and my ebook. So hold up. Okay, so please Can y'all please decide for me on which out of these 5 books I should read? Like, should I go with the Kindle read, habit reading, ARC, or these 2 other LitFit books? Please decide for me. I don't know, just say like the name of the title. Just give me the title and then we'll go from there. Because I need to decide on something. I just need to decide on something. Just say whatever. I'll give y'all some time to write down your comments because I need to figure out something. I need to read something. Anyways, let me catch up on comments while y'all write your answers. Where are we? There we are. I want to read Algernon so bad, but I don't think I have time for this one for my other reads. So I'll probably have to be for March. Just everyone who's been reading it this month. Yeah, I've actually been seeing a lot of people reading it like in January, and it made me go, you know what? I still have Kindle Unlimited. So I was like, you know what? Let me just download it before I forget about it. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, but I do hope that you'll be able to read it soon, though. I definitely think I want to also get a physical copy of it because I really, really do. I'm having a great time with it. And I think you'll have a good time with it too, Nat. Oh, you're reading Ghost Season 10. I have 2 days left in my library alone with the ebook. Oh, yep. So you gotta hurry up and read that thing a little bit. But yeah, okay. All right, so I think this is our votes here. So 1 for Aleke, because good for a quick read. 2 for Aleke. Vote for Aleke or Ghost Season. So I'll put it in 1 for Aleke, 1 for Ghost Season. 4 for Aleke, 5 for Aleke. Okay, well, basically it's a unanimous that I'm going to start with another arc, basically. So that's what's going to happen. All right, thanks, y'all. That actually does help. Don't worry, though. I'll get to these 3. Oh, I'm hoping to get through these 3 this month. I'm hoping at least start them either sometime this week, sometime next week, but before the month ends, I'm hoping to get through all 3 of these books. Especially with Ghost Season, since it is a book from my library, but I think I'll be able to extend my loan since it's not really having a long hold list, but I do got to get through these ones pretty quickly. And then I still have Outdrawn, so I already have it downloaded, so whenever I have some downtime from all my current reads and ARC reading, I'll be able to get to that. But anyways, thank you all. And also that way I can have a break from listening to an audiobook. I can just read something physically. And y'all are right. It's definitely a quick read. So like if I get through that one, we'll figure out the other ones. But anyways, since though Truth or Aleki is short, I might be able to finish it during these sprints. And then I guess maybe the next book I can start with would be Ghost Season. Since like we did get a vote for Ghost Season. So yeah, Truth the Aleke first and then Ghost Season second. That's it. That's the plan. Anyways, let me put up the comment for our next sprints. Let's see. We're going to read until the hour again because again, who's trying to figure out all that math? I don't feel like it. But anyways, thank you all for the votes and we shall go back to our sprint. Anyways, happy reading or any other productivity or just your vibes. And yeah, I will see you all at the hour. All right, everyone. That was the end of our sprint. Let me know in the chat how far you all have gone in your reading. So I literally just finished reading The Fox Wife by Yang Shi Chu, and I really had a great time with this one. I was actually really surprised on how much I really enjoyed it. Like I read it in the past 3 days. I think I started this on Monday, and now I finished it today. So it took me 3 days. And y'all, this was actually a really, really interesting read. I was just very much enamored with the story in the very first chapter. Like I didn't really know much about it when I requested it. I was just like, looks a really nice cover. And I think I briefly skimmed a review on Instagram on this book, and it just seemed interesting. Like all I knew was that it took place in Manchuria, 1908, following like a woman who's like a fox spirit. That's kind of it. I didn't know there was a second POV. I didn't know that until like I saw the book of the month, and then I looked more in the synopsis. I was like, okay. All I knew was that fox spirit, because honestly, I do like foxes. I find them to be very interesting creatures. I don't know much about foxes, but I just find them interesting. And especially with fox spirit, I'm like, know nothing about this one. And I have to say, this was a very, very interesting story. It's definitely written, I mean, it is dual POV, it's dual narrative. So there's one where we're following this fox woman here who's trying to avenge the death of her child. And then we find this guy who is like a amateur detective, but he's a really old guy who has the ability to hear truth and detect lies. And he was trying to pretty much just go out through the entire story, just like trying to understand these different mysteries. So it's part mystery, but also part revenge story, honestly. And I really had a great time with it. I don't think it's really like, it wasn't like amazing or perfect or anything. I definitely see a few, I mean, it's more stylistic choices that I particularly don't really love, but the way that the author went with these specific stylistic choices were done well. So like whether you like it or not, it's really more on the fact like if you just like it or not. I don't think it's done poorly. It's just like the author chose a particular stylistic choice, and whether I personally do not like that stylistic choice, it did work well for the story. And I think everything else worked well. I think it's decently well paced. I do like the writing. Of course, there's certain narrative things. There's things narratively I don't really like. That's in regards to how the author decided to write this story. But honestly, I do think it's a really, really good story, and I really do like the audiobook production of it for sure. So I will have to say, I think I would give it. It's definitely at least a 4-star, but I'm not sure if it's just solidly a 4-star, 4.25, 4.5. I don't know, but it's a really good book. I definitely recommend it. I'm gonna have to need to really think about my thoughts. And then, of course, if any of y'all follow me on my Instagram, I will have a dedicated review post on this book. So y'all will get to know my full thoughts on that one there. Or just wait until I go on Storygraph and read my review there as well. Either way. So yeah, I just need some more time to think about it as far as writing down my review. But yeah, this is definitely a good book. Recommend it, and I'm definitely going to read more of this author's works. Like I'm going to be reading all 3 of her novels hopefully this year, and I'm going to read them all via audio since she's such really good via audio. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Really, that's all I have right there. Definitely recommend it. Let me catch up on comments. Oh, Bonnie Turpin narrates Ghost Season. That's interesting. Okay, I'm so happy I'm reading this tonight. Oh, that's good. So I actually have more time to read this than I thought because I know her speech pattern, so I don't necessarily need the book as much as I usually do. Okay. I'll still try to finish most of it though. Most of it before I lose the ebook, but definitely not as much pressure to finish it in 2 days. Okay, well that's good though. Very, very good. Oh wait, there's a dude narrating too, and his voice is super deep. Oh well, there goes the saga of like, oh okay, Nat can just read this thing just in maybe in a week or something. Nope. Okay, well, at least with the parts though, where you can just listen to Bonnie Turpin narrating, just go with that part, and then like look at the ebook for the other narrator. So yeah, that definitely sucks. Hello, welcome, Tangible Reads. About 12% into Ghost Season. Nice. 10% of Bright Red Fruit. I'm enjoying it so far. That's really good. Anyone read Vagabonds? Not yet. I literally own a copy of it, Tangible Reads. I own a copy of it. I did try to read it 2 years ago. I did soft DNF it because at the time it was just not working with my head. I do think it will work with me nowadays, but there is something I do remember about this book specifically. especially if anyone has been interested. It is indeed a much more, I won't say a layered story, but it's definitely a multi-POV story where I think we're following varying characters. So I don't know if you have to be fully invested in each of these books. And not each of the books, and each of the characters, honestly. I haven't gone very far into it when I soft DNF'd it, but one thing's for sure is that the author has a very interesting writing style that I'm like, I pretty much am expecting on any book written by a Nigerian author that has to do with spirits. You just gotta kind of have to roll with it, really, and just see how it ends up. It's one of those things like you just have to trust the process. Whether you just gotta trust the process, honestly. Oh, you're not feeling it? Well, if you're not feeling it, then definitely DNF it, regardless. Honestly, but for me, I don't know. I mean, again, I feel like I am just biased in regards to Nigerian authors. Okay, I just am because I'm personally Nigerian American, so I'm just biased to just give it a shot, anyways. But if you're not feeling it and you don't feel like pushing through with it, then just DNF it. Sometimes it's just not up. It's just not for you. I haven't. Is Vagabond's good? I don't know. It depends. I think it's one of those books. It's like you just really have to trust the process, because I can definitely tell by just the way that it's structured, because it's multiple parts here where we have this central god spirit kind of character that we follow through, and I think that central god spirit is following multiple people. Let me actually just look at the synopsis here. Yeah, so it takes place in Nigeria. Into novel takes a tour of the public and private spaces of Lagos, and following a wide array of characters for whom life itself is a form of resistance. Yep, there you go. So we have these varying characters. As their lives intertwine in busy markets and underground clubs and churches and hotel rooms, these vagabonds are seized and challenged by spirits who command the city's dark energy. Yep, this is blending unvarnished realism with myth and fantasy. Vagabonds is a vital work of imagination that takes us deep inside the hearts, minds, and bodies of the people under duress and in triumph. Yep. So this is definitely a book that it's going to be a confusing time for something that's a little bit over 300 pages. So like, actually, not even a little bit over. It's really just about 300 pages. So like, yeah, if you're not vibing with it, or you don't find at least the concept interesting, the writing interesting, or curious enough, then probably best to soft DNF it. I have heard really good things though for anyone who's pushed through to read it. That it really is good, but like, this is something that requires patience. So it's really just a matter of, do you have the patience to read a book like this? If not, put the book down. All right. Yeah, I'm doing some color by number during Bonnie's part, and then I go back to the ebook when the other narrator comes in. Yep, that makes sense for sure. I DNF at 84 pages. Too much going on and confusing. Fair enough. I just got my hold in for the ebook. I'm excited to get into it. Sounds like something I'd enjoy. I hope you do, though, because I think that's something I enjoy too, which is why I didn't unhaul it. Because whenever I DNF something, I usually unhaul it, especially if I had it on my shelf for a while, and I'm just like, this is not doing it for me. But this one's like, nope, there's something about this book that I'm like, I'm going to enjoy. I just need to sit down and read it when I have the mindset to actually read it. So yeah, I'm not sure about the audiobook though. That's the thing. I'm like, I can't remember about the audiobook. I can't remember if it was a singular narrator or or if it was a full cast. Because if it's a full cast, I think that would help with the less bit of confusion, so at least to know who was who. But I don't know yet. But something about Vagabonds, though, is something that's like, this could be it. But I don't know when I'm going to get into it. Literary fiction is such a genre that's such hit or miss, since it is basically general fiction, and it's really based on writing style and narrative choices and narrative structure as well. So, like, I don't know. I'll get to it, hopefully. The real question is, I'm going to get to it this month or later in the year. Either way, that book has to be read eventually this year. If not, I definitely got to unhaul it, because I can't hold on to that book for too long now. But anyways, now that I've read The Foxwife, we're going to go from one arc to another. So this is going to be my next read, especially since it's a novella. So I should be able to get through this one in like a couple sprints, hopefully. Hopefully it doesn't drag, because I'm going to be really mad if this book drags. But also, though, I do need to think of my review of The Foxwife as well, so we shall see. I got the hold of on Vagabonds and it was instantly confused. Yeah, that sounds about right. But again, books like that is kind of something where you literally have to be patient with yourself on to the point that so that you can actually understand it. Because the whole point of it being confused in the beginning is that it's supposed to pay off some point. Hopefully not by the last page, but like, you know, somewhere like maybe 2/3, maybe halfway through. I don't know. It depends on the author. But for a book like that, I definitely at least hope that around halfway through, at least I get where the author is going, or at least have an idea if I didn't have an idea already. But yeah, definitely something to have patience for. And if not, it's okay. All right. Anyways, I should start putting the comment for our next sprint. And for the next sprint, we're going to read until the hour again. Because who wants to do math? But anyways, let's start our next sprint, shall we? And I shall see you all at the hour. Hello, everyone. That was the end of our sprint. Please let me know in the chat how far you've gone in your reads, or if you knew you just came in, let me know what you're reading. I would like to know. For me, I finally started reading The Truth of the Eleke by Moses Osei Utomi. This comes out March 5th of this year, and I've made it to page 18 out of, I think, 100 pages. And so far, I'm enjoying it. It's definitely on par with the very first novella, which was Lies of the Ojungo. So this is the sequel in the Forever Desert trilogy. And the way it starts off kind of confused me, both in the sense that I don't fully remember everything, but whenever I read a sequel, then the memory starts popping up on me, especially since it's been about a year since I've read the first novella. But it did confuse me, both in the sense of I don't recall this happening, but I'm also just like, did this even really happen, or are you just playing with me kind of way? Which I'm just like, I feel like it's a mixture of the fact that I don't quite remember everything that happened in Lies of the Jungle, but it's also part of the fact that, like, I think this is purposely told as a lie. So I'm just like, hence the truth of the Eleke, since the Eleke is pretty much like this cult from the ending, based on the ending of the Lies of the Jungle. So I'm just like, okay. So I already kind of an idea where this is gonna go, but I'm still here for the ride because, again, Moses Osei Utomi has done a pretty good job with this writing here. So yeah, I'm definitely just having a great time with it, and I plan to continue my read of this novella. I don't think I'll finish it though for these sprints. I'm not that fast a reader physically, so like it will take me a couple of hours to read this fully. But I am definitely gonna finish this pretty soon. But since I'm not gonna finish it today, I know for sure I will finish it tomorrow. So I have that to look forward to. I'm 29% through Ghost season. Really enjoying it so far. So I don't think I have trouble finishing in time. All right, let's go, Nats. Let's go. Making that progress. 50% done with Bright Red Fruit. It's shaping up to be 5 stars for me. Nice, nice, nice. Hello, welcome, Dustin. What are you reading? Are you here for reading? Are you here for productivity? Are you here for vibes? Please let us know in the chat. Inquiring minds would like to know. Also, I was eating some late dinner because I had breakfast, lunch, but I didn't have dinner. So finally today, which is not really a common occurrence for me, I finally had three meals in one day. So happy about that. And I'm still thinking on my full thoughts on the Fox Wife. I do think, as far as rating wise, it might be a 4.25, maybe a 4.5. Haven't fully decided just yet. Maybe actually 4.25. Yeah, actually, that sounds more probable, honestly. 4.25 seems pretty appropriate. So yeah, that's how I'm gonna rate it. I still need to actually write the full review though. That's gonna take a minute. I don't know if I'll do that today. Well, maybe I could do that today. I could probably do that later on today if I feel inclined. But if not today, I can definitely do it tomorrow morning. But anyways, it is getting kind of late here as far as my time zone, because it's already 8 p.m. So I do think our next sprint will have to be our final sprint, especially since I do have to go to bed for work tomorrow. So we will do one more sprint after this. Oh yeah, let me catch up with this comment. Hello, 32 Ria. I'm 61% into The Exception to the Rule by Christina Lauren. Huh, never heard of this book. It sounds... Actually, I don't even know what it sounds like, actually. Oh, there you are. Oh, so I was right. Because I was thinking, I was like, is this a romance? Yeah, it's a romance. It's like a romance novella. The Improbable Mute Cute #1. So this is a part of a series. Wait. Does this entire series come out in one? Wait, what? Because this is your first published in 2024. Oh, it's part of the Amazon Original Stories. Okay. So it was also a novella. Okay, cool. So I was wondering, I was like, is this a romance? But yeah, it definitely sounds like a romance. But anyways, welcome. Hello. Let's see here. Also, I do actually wonder, though, for anyone who's here. Actually, wait, hold up. Let me actually read this comment real quick. I've been here for a while, y'all. Been using these sprints for college productivity. I'm majoring in early childhood studies. Oh, well, hello. Thank you for making your presence known to me then. I had no idea you've been watching these sprints for a while now. But yeah, definitely good idea then for productivity. Whatever here is reading, productivity, vibes, let me know. Just say hi in the chat. Welcome, Annalie. I know Aliyah Marie. Welcome. Reading Old Bones by Preston and Child. Old Bones. Douglas Preston and Lincoln Child. It's a mystery thriller. It's part of a series. Came out in 2019. Oh, that seems like a 4-book series with the novella. I've never heard about this. Bringing the true story of the ill-fated Donner Party to life in this thrilling novel of archaeology, history, murder, and suspense. Okay. Well, let us know in the chat how that's going for you. Because I've never heard about this. But also, I do find it, though, majoring in early childhood studies to be very intriguing indeed. That's very fascinating. Welcome. But yeah, we are definitely going to do one more sprint because I do want to keep in mind that since this is in the middle of a week, people got school and, work. So let's, oopsie. I do want to be mindful of that. And also, especially since I also got work the next day too. So we will be sprinting to the hour again, but we don't have to start sprints just yet. I'm just going to have to comment up though. Oh, got a chapter of Love Radio. Been struggling with the physical book, but I was available. So going better with that. I definitely go with that. In regards to young adult books, I do find that it's very rare for me to really enjoy reading the young adult book physically. For some reason, I'm only really interested in reading young adult stories via audio. I don't know. There's just something about a story written for a teenager that I just can't really seem to do it physically. But I did read Love Radio and I did read it via audio. And it is dual. There are 2 narrators, so I do recommend the audiobook. It was actually one of the best books I read last year, honestly. So, which was surprising since it's a young adult contemporary romance. Very interesting, but it was really, really good, and I definitely do recommend it. So I hope this one really works for you. I hope so, because it worked well for me. But and not young adult contemporary romance won't be working for everybody now. But I do hope for your sake that you enjoy it. I was originally going to read the final strat for Blackathon, but now I'm wondering if I should wait until closer to the release of the final book. I think that depends on reading speed. You do tend to read pretty fast, though, Nat. So maybe you could just wait to read the final strat closer to the 3rd book. For me, I'm a slower reader, and also I do have to rely on my library as far as audiobooks for certain series, especially a series like the Final Strife. I will need an audiobook for it. So, since you read pretty fast, I think you could wait until the release of the final book, unless you do want some time in between. Wait, when does the Ending Fire book come out? I don't actually. Oopsie, I can't spell. Okay, now I can spell. There it is. The Ending Fire. When does that book come out? August? Oh my gosh, why is this such an August release? Some of these books are released in August. I think it also depends on how you're going to read it. Because if you already own the books, then definitely wait until August to read the books. Well, not August, maybe late July, or maybe July, August, around there. Maybe for sure July. So then you have some time to wait and rest for the 3rd and final book. But if you are borrowing them from your library, whether it's an ebook, audiobook, or a mixture of the 2, then I think you can start with at least the Final Strife first, maybe around now. And then depending on availability from your library in regards to the Battle Drum, maybe it'll wait a couple of months to get in that one. I don't know. I think it depends on your excitement for the series itself. But since you are a relatively fast reader, especially if you do own both of the Final Strife and the Battle Drum, then definitely wait until August or July, really. Actually, really July and then August to read the 3rd and final book. Since it comes out in mid-August, so I think August 13th is the official date. So you can read it the first 2 books in July and then marathon, or you can marathon the entire series in August, whichever one. I think it depends on if you own the books yet or not, I think. Let's see. I can read young adult fantasy physically, but rumors, I think I agree with you that audio is best. I don't know. There's something with young adult contemporary romance that, like, if I am actually intrigued, which rarely I am because I barely even want to touch adult contemporary romance, but if I ever am in a young adult contemporary romance mood with a high intrigue for it, I definitely prefer the audiobook. It's just, I don't know, there's something about the audiobook experience of listening to teenagers just experiencing love, whether for the first time or first couple of times. It's just, I don't know. There's something about it that's interesting. I do agree though with in regards to like a young adult fantasy, but lately I haven't been too inclined with young adult fantasies, which is sad as me honestly, because there's a lot of one I'm like, oh my gosh, this seems so interesting, but then I start reading it and I'm like, yeah, this is not working for me, and it sucks. Hmm. It really does sucks. Especially the young adult fantasy ones where the American characters are like 18, 19 years old. And I'm like, you're not that far from me in age, and yet you annoy me way more. I don't like that. I really do not like that feeling at all. I don't know what's up with that though. I gotta figure that out. We gotta do some investigating on that. I also enjoy reading. I find reading on my Kindle is faster than physical reading. Anyone have personal opinions? Honestly, I'm actually pretty new into e-reading, especially on a Kindle. I literally got it for Christmas for myself. And I do have to say, I do like reading on the Kindle way better than physically reading. There's just something about like just tapping on a screen, and just especially if you can adjust margins and font size and font type as well, that I'm like, this is just the way to go. Especially depending on the genre as well. I'm way more susceptible to read it on the Kindle than reading it physically. Well, I'm like, maybe we need to experiment with that more often. I don't know. Future video idea, maybe? Or just have an entire week when I'm just reading on my Kindle, and then have a week when I'm reading books physically, and then an entire week when I'm just listening things via audio, and then just see about reading speeds. That could be its own video series, honestly. I don't know. That's its own video series, maybe. I'm gonna put a pin to that one. I do own book one, so I think I'll wait maybe June, and if I enjoy book one, I'll buy book two to read in July. Yep, that sounds like a good idea. Since you don't own both books yet, yeah, definitely wait a little bit. And then since it is also like a um very pretty dense fantasy, I think it does make sense to give yourself the entire month to read it in June, and for sure, just so you that you know, like, hey, is this actually a series worth reading? Then yeah, I definitely think this is the best plan. Wait until pretty much around the summer to start reading the series. Take a month to read in June, take another month if you like the first book to get to the sequel, and then get to one in August. Yeah, I read Kindle much faster. Makes sense. I think it's a cycle between physical and ebook in terms of ease of reading. Right. That also makes sense as well. Especially with like depending on the physical book, it might just be easier just to get an ebook, Although I do notice though, in regards to genre wise, I definitely do kind of prefer um anything lighthearted or like romance related on my Kindle more so than physically reading. But I am trying to see like if I can probably read something like a dense fantasy on my Kindle, how that will work. But I don't know. I'm not totally sure yet. And I still have yet to actually do like a Kindle audiobook kind of hybrid read, because as far as my hybrid read is concerned, it's only physical and audio. But I've yet to do ebook and audio. I haven't been able to borrow an ebook and get the audiobook at the same time just yet. So I'm going to figure that part out. I don't know. Hopefully that will happen one day and pretty soon, maybe, because I am indeed very, very curious. But anyways, where was that comment that I made? There it is. Anyways, we do need to start our final sprint here. And yeah, because it's going to be 15 after, and I want to make sure we get a nice, solid 4 or 5 minute sprint. Give or take, anyways. But yeah, this will be our final sprint. Maybe I should do a new comment that says a final sprint. Nah, I'll just leave the comment there. I don't feel like typing a whole new comment. Kindle Unlimited offers audio for some books. You can go back and forth between them. Oh yeah, that's true, especially with Audible and stuff. But I don't want to bother with Audible, honestly. But that makes sense, though. I think I do have a few books on KU that does have an audiobook, so I'll figure that out. That's a feature reference thing. We'll have to pin that for the feature. But anyways, Talk to you all at the hour. Hello, everyone. That was the end of our final sprint. Please let me know in the chat how far you have gone, what you are reading, all the things. For me, continue my read of The Truth of the Eleke, and I've made it to page 40. So definitely further into the book than I thought. And so far, I mean, this is indeed a very much action-packed, fast-paced novella, so it's not very slow if anyone's wondering about that. But this is indeed pretty good. So I'm just here for the ride. Very much curious to see how this ends. Even though I have an idea on how it's going to end, but for the most part, this is actually pretty much on par with the first book. And if none of y'all know about really the Lives of the Jungle or the Forever Desert trilogy, this is pretty much a novella series that's giving very much like desert. Is it desert fantasy? Because it doesn't quite take place in a desert, but it's pretty close to a desert. And I think actually a lot of the story tends to take place in the desert, if I remember correctly from the first book. And this also reads kind of like a fable. Like it pretty much gives a story of like it's meant to teach you something. So definitely, if that's something you're interested in, maybe pick it up. It's also action packed. It's very much fast paced as well. And yeah, I think that's pretty much it as far as I can really tell y'all. And I definitely am having a good time with this one. For sure. So I definitely see myself finishing this tomorrow, which means I probably will have to delay my full review of The Foxwife for probably the weekend, which then I'll also include my thoughts on The Truth of the Lake as well. So, yeah, that's pretty much my thoughts here. 40 pages of this for a couple of hours. That's not too bad, actually, which means I'm definitely going to finish it tomorrow. Maybe I could be reading on my way to work and from work. Let's see what was the last comment. There it is. Waiting until closer to release day will make it fresh. That's also very true. That's very, very true. Which is also why I try to wait until the series is done. At least for some series. I know for sure there's just books that I'm really, really interested in that I'm like, no, I gotta like read it right away, or at least start reading the books right away. Which is fine, but definitely if you wait until like the final book comes out and then you start just catching up by marathoning, then definitely do that because it just makes sense. Definitely makes sense. Hello, welcome Oompa Loompa. Happy Valentine's Day to all. Indeed. Oh yeah, that reminds me. While I was sprinting towards the end, my mom brought me pretty much some Valentine things. So first up, she brought me a ring pop. Oh, this looks upside down. She got me a ring pop. I mean, not just me, but also my siblings too. She does this for all my siblings. So I got a ring pop and I got 2 roses. And they're real roses too. I'm like, ooh. Ooh, actually, that one had a thorn. It's not too bad though. Honestly, I do like roses with thorns for some reason. I do not know why. Actually, wait, this one actually is dethroned, but this one still has. Oh, wait, I see. This one's mostly dethroned, but this one actually has 2 thorns. Dethorned. But honestly, I do like it actually. But I like this one. So yeah, I have some nice roses. And it smells really nice. Very nice indeed. I wonder if she got them from the Ash Wednesday service. I won't be surprised if she did, since my mom works as a church because she's a pastor, and since it's Valentine's Day, it's also Ash Wednesday, so she did go to an Ash Wednesday service as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if there were actual roses as well, and then she was able to provide it. But nonetheless, though, free roses. I'm here for it, okay? I like it. She got roses for each of my siblings. So yes, thank you, Mom, indeed, for the roses. I gotta find a way though to where to put them though. But yeah, I'm very much happy with the roses. I like how this one looks too, so y'all can actually really see it. I'm so tired of crashing. Thanks for the sprint. Oh, thank you for coming to the sprints. About halfway through your read. Got a few chapters read. That's good. Worked on my ebook spreadsheet, following the B's. Yes, let's go. All right. 2 sprints down. You already got through the A's. Let's go. All right. Get into the B's. Progress, y'all. Progress. Finish the section of Ghost Season I left off on, and then switch to A River of Golden Bones. Right. Since I'm reading it without audio. I'm trying to read a few chapters a day until I finish. Yeah, let me know your thoughts, though, on A River of Golden Bones, since I DNF'd it. If any of y'all do not know, A River of Golden Bones is also the NB Book Club pick for, I think, January. Yeah, it was a January NB Book Club pick. And yeah, it was actually, I think if I remember correctly, it's like a queer fantasy. Is it a romance? Question mark. I remember being queer fantasy. I don't remember it was very strong romance. Maybe actually there was a strong romance. Yes, it was. It was a queer romantasy. That's what it was. That's how it was marketed as. It's very much giving like werewolf, or at least wolf shifters, at least. Which honestly you don't really see a lot of. Very much like fox shifting. Well, not really quite fox shifting, but they're fox spirits. I don't know. The point is, that's what the book is. We're very golden bones. And yeah, I do remember not reading that. So please let us know how that's going for you. It's much easier to read without the audiobook. Was not a fan. Okay, fair enough. Cute, your mom's Valentine, pretty much. Very nice. Yeah. I love my mom. Very much, she is indeed my Valentine. At least just my siblings, my family really is my Valentine. But very sure though, my mom and my mom, her Valentines really is my siblings. So I'm always here for that. But anyways, thank you all for coming on to these sprints. If this is your first time, don't worry. There will be more sprints later on this month. I just need to schedule them. There will be for sure one sprint. I think I will schedule 2 more sprints. There will be for sure sprints towards for the last day. So there will be sprints on February 29th for sure. Undetermined, to be determined on time, but there will be sprints on the final day of the month. And I do want to host sprints in between today and the last day of the month. So there should be 2 more sprints in total. We'll just have to figure out dates on the second to last sprint and then times for the 2 final sprints. So we're going to have to figure all that out. But we shall see, at least. Yeah, I so barely want a werewolf book that like, I'm not far enough into it yet to know for sure this will be that book, but I love wolves, so I want a good werewolf book. Fair enough. Thanks for sprints. I have so hope to make it. Yes, please do. But yeah, I'm going to have to start scheduling these sprints anyways. But just also know too that sometimes the dates and times might vary because of my work schedule. Since for some days I'm doing 4 hours, but now I might do some 8-hour days. So it might shift from early in the afternoon to early evening, my time, since I'm Central Time. So we shall see. I'll try to maybe schedule one of the sprints in the weekend at least to make it a little bit easier for everyone, and especially for myself. So we'll see how that goes. We'll have to figure that out. But anyways, yes, thank you for the sprint. So fun as always. I'm glad you do. Anyways, thank you all again for coming to these sprints, and I hope to see you on my next sprints or video. I don't know which one's going to come out first, honestly. We're going to figure that out. Yes, thanks to the sprints. Thank you for coming. But anyways, thank you all. Oh, hold up. Where is it? Thank you for the sprint. Have a nice day, everyone. Yes, please have a nice day, evening, night, afternoon. I don't know what time zone y'all are watching this live or replay. Just thank you all. And also happy Valentine's Day and Ash Wednesday if you celebrate either. Yep. Anyways, thank you. Bye-bye.